Warp drive active.
Tell me you got a price of 8 for a while. You do. I was going to keep rolling this forward and then just buy stuff with it. They seem to like that I'm like contributing to their goldsmithing. Oh, price went up. Okay, but I need to watch my inventory so I can buy 8 more. $8,100. Nope. I'll go though. I'll go up. I don't care. 8, 2. No. 8, 3. 8, 3. 8, 3. Okay. We'll, I don't want to raise the price just yet, so we'll go do some synthing now.
I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasantries and focusing on why you are actually here. Titus Hardy.
Warp drive active.
I want to fill this ship with ammo and bring it back and sell it. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to take 1 of each bullet that I used. No, I'm going to take rock ammo and Ferox ammo, and I'm going to sell that. I'm going to sell large amounts of it at the station for twice what it's normally worth, what I buy it for. I'm going to make a note in my notepad, and I'm going to compare ammo prices. I'm going to sell ammo to these boys as they do stuff.
Warp drive active.
You are not here to chat up the legal counsel. You are here to question these men. What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one. What are we going to do to you? The union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress. Aggressive, you make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
Warp drive active.
Just dock workers? Do dock workers spy on the police?
We let you off easy, miss. Don't think it will happen again.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol.
Wow.
20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Wow.
Fuck yeah.
I took the other side. I'm sorry, I took their side. So I didn't take either side last time. So this time I take the ladies' side, and next time I take these guys' side. Because I usually would take these guys' side. I was very sympathetic to them last time. I try not to fuck with them in any way in my last playthrough, so it gave me a very centrist, you're not in the plot, some random sniper killed the person, you know, plot. Yeah, now I want to see all the endings, I think.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders.
This is kind of the commie answer.
Look, a comedian. Do your job, ask your questions, then get out of Martinez.
Oh good, it just lets me in. Nice. Oh, I don't need this much ichor either. Gotta love the music.
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolutionary.
Yeah, what the fuck, man? Like, is that so crazy? Save.
Warp drive active.
Okay, I pray nobody's on the other side. There is a Tengu here, but I have guards. So we're just gonna go... Structures, road and military parade, dock, micro warp drive, kill
Warp
it.
drive active.
34, 35. I made it.
Docking request accepted.
I made it! Yay! That's promising. So then we come to here and we produce a Catalyst Navy. Cat Navy. Catalyst Navy. Wolf Pack. I want to view the fitting and I want to change it to save, multi-fit, 10, no, I want these boosters out of the fucking, out of this stuff. Expired. Oh no, no, no. Gone, gone, gone. Go. Now we want to multi-fit, close, close, exit sim. Come to fitting, come to AOCAT, multi-fit, 10 of these. No, there's no standard blue pill in this or anything. What? See, you're like glitching. Why? What? Ugh. What? I told you to fucking modify this fit. Get this moved. See, now you're just glitching, you're not even opening the fucking cargo hold. View the fitting. Simulate. Open it. Kill this. Kill that. Kill this. Save as. Save. Delete. Yes, go. You. Yes. And now I want to multi-fit. 10 of these. Fit. Okay, good. Then we go...
drive active.
Yay, I have boxes here. Look, I've had these for so long. I've done so well. $46.70, not bad. She's pretty chonky. I mean, I guess I don't really need the food here. Like, I guess I don't need the food on me. No, I'm not going anywhere far. So we'll just put the food away for now. I can always just, like, grab out, like, 300 of it and eat. Oh, yeah, this was the one that was actually good food. Oh, no, this had food poisoning. Oops. Maybe I threw away the good food. Oops. Oh, well. Okay, snow's over. She doesn't have a horse, which is kind of dumb. And I kind of want to, like, go get the horse, but... Like, I could go get my horse. I think I have a horse here. I think I like, banked it, didn't I? I don't know. Maybe I should go worry about a horse, I suppose. No, I'll use my proceeds from the run to buy a horse, is what I'll do. But we'll do general first. Maybe I should try movement keys. Thrust's default has to be off. Charge and attack? I don't think I want that, but let's try the movement keys and just see. No, that just makes it so I can't see the arrows. So... Oh, sorry, clicked and drag. Clicked and drag, but I don't want direction key charging attacks. Yeah, I think that's, yeah, better. I caught a gnosis.
The capacitor is empty. The capacitor is empty. The capacitor is empty. Warp drive active. Docking request denied. Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Docking request accepted.
Almost got him.
Warp drive active.
I came back and there was somebody there. It's snowing in the fucking graveyard again. Why is this here? A step horse. Why is there a step horse here? Okay. Nice beef lore. It was a, or why would I get beef lore? Oh. Well, it was a lot of skill up, so whatever. And money too. I can make like saddles out of it. Go put this away, I guess, because it is loot. Yeah, fuck it. I have tools too that I shouldn't have. Quite fun to monitor the game for them. I might do that all day, just let them know there's a cat sitting here. I don't care if it dies. I don't care if I'm AFK either. I have that Jita hypernet money. I get like I come in, you know. Somebody else killed the general. God damn it! Why not take the head? That doesn't make any sense. Is he still around? No. Let's practice with the axe. Cha. Cha. Die, you. You seem to be doing only that, which is good. Wait, so if I, oh, okay. So, oh. Maybe I do want the movement keys. Let's see if that works. Yeah, that seems to be more my vibe. I can't see the, oh. No, I can't. No, I need to see what it wants to do. It's, click then drag. Direction modifier, see if that fixes it. There, I think that fixes it. Yeah, that does fix it there. That's the setting I want. I like how I can cleave. That's actually really cool. Yeah, that's good. That's good cleave. Or I don't know. I can't actually tell. These things barely hurt me when they hit me. Because I'm like super tanky. I'm like a tank. That works for this like whole theme though. I guess I've now got like, I'm like basically full. Yeah, I'll get out of the graveyard. $650. There's somebody. Was he chasing me? There's like 3 of them. I can't lead them to my base. What's this? There's loot here. Why? Now I really have to get home. Look, it's like Rust. There was a body bag right there. I just profited directly. They can't see me. They've got bad computers. I'm gonna disappear here and they're gonna be like, where the fuck did this guy go? They're gonna be like, where did he go? He was on foot. Where could he possibly have gone? He must have just ran that direction. Let's chase him. So if they come this direction, like, but I'm in the house, they can't stop me. I don't want to lead them here. I don't see them. I don't think they're checking me or watching me. I think it's just a free kit. Free kit! Free kit. I don't know why, just free kit works for me. Free mage kit on top of it, which is always good. Yeah, hey, we got another head for the box. However you get them, I got them. I've got heads and boxes, bitch. Why did you have Walking Dead meat? No, okay. Keep stuffing stuff in this box. I got two chess pieces. Two chess pieces. Nice, 2 chess pieces is good. I want to go out there and fight them, but not with my kit on. Just the axe. Because the axe is cheap, but the kit is not. The kit's not that cheap. So we're just going to put the kit away. And we'll push them with a cheap kit, right? Yeah, this is an expensive kit. So we'll put her nice, expensive kit away. No, it is a cheap kit. It's a cheap kit. So never mind. I will just wear it. This is a cheap kit. We can afford to lose this. I probably can't possibly use this many bandages, so I'm just going to put some of them away. Yeah. Then, okay. So, let's go out there and fight these guys. Oh, good. The weather changed. I could just ignore them, which is what the officer wanted me to do. It takes time to do that, though.
Yes?
Okay, I guess I'll go try and get rats done since the graveyard's done. The axe was expensive, but not the rest of it. Gotta learn how to make great axes, which will be hard. What was this now? Hypernet.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment, officer.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Yes. The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Bétancourt, sur la Clé in 42. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Oranese pharmaceutical companies in the Seminine conflict. So, it seems the armor went to Seminine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued. Yes, that is the most recent name the ACP has been able to connect to the CDP. And the one before it was Downwell. I also have one called Sediment, but I think that might be a different contractor. No, they work called Sediment. And Somatosensor, it seems. All that during the last 9 years.
A suit of armor like this would have been manufactured with a particular person's physique in mind. You should ask for whom this suit was fitted.
Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try to talk them into it, though. Sure. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I will have more information for you then. Not yet, but I was able to convince the database. Just a second, officer. Sylvie Malak. Yes. Oh, great. What else do you need, detective? Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir, clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the toilet and retrieved the paperwork, I threw it out in the trash, thinking you didn't need it. I am sorry about that. Anything else, detective? Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law. Oh, no, I haven't, sorry.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? Yes, you absolutely should. It's awful that you lost it.
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun detective. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating and...
Sounds like it's going to be bad. Do you really want to know?
I do. I don't know why, but yeah, I do.
You were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes. It got pretty graphic.
Oh, those again. I have been trying to wean you off them. You know, when you put your gun, your actual gun, on your temple and pretend to shoot your brains out, off of that, people don't like that.
No, people don't like that.
I remember this. You were screaming things like, "My brains are all over the wall," painting them red. I won't be seeing it, 'cause these are my brains. I can't see without my brains. Very nice visuals there.
Oh no. What? Please die. Oh. Fucking assholes. They were hard. A lot harder for this character, jeez. She doesn't feel as tanky as the other character, kind of. Probably because of the constitution. Yeah, my constitution. Although, yeah, it's going up, yeah.
People tried to back away from you, or even slip out of the door, but you screamed, "I am the goddamned law, and you have to listen to me. You are all suspects in a murder investigation."
Meth pipe. I swear to God. Wait, wow, I went through that myth real quick. Am I out? Yeah, I am out. I tried to let the prize ride. Or price, I mean, excuse me. $8,300. $8,300. Nope. 8,400. 8,400. 8,400. 8,400. 8,400. 8,400. I don't think I like the movement keys. Something about it kind of screws up a little bit. I think direction modifier charges attacks. Okay, so let's try this again. Oh, I'm full, huh? Because of their corpses, yeah. I'll cook their meat just to get the skill up. Oh, 3 of them might be death. I don't know. Can I get a single one? Oh god, I don't know. What? Oh. Oh. Please. So annoying. Oh. No, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. There, do this. Good. Good, get this out. Oh, got him. Wait for carpet. Five out of 25. I don't really want to go in there where I can get cornered. I don't know, I kind of need, you know... $8,400. No. 8,500. 8,500. 8,500. How many is that? Yeah, that's probably pretty good. Okay, what else can we do here? Oh, razorback meat. Let's do that. With some carrots and some, or whatever, yeah, just do that. Repugnant raw razorback. I'm gonna just throw it away. Okay, we're still down, and we need to heal. I want to do it where I'm like a little less hidden. Oh, sorry, I'm not less hidden, more hidden, excuse me, like back here maybe. Yeah, like people can't really see me right here very well. We could actually maybe take our advantage with that, maybe. You can't sit down? Sit down, damn it.
There is silence on the other end of the line.
Me neither. No idea. All I know is next we were waving around money instead, saying things like big bucks cannot lie and Guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns.
Warp drive active. Docking request accepted.
I used to have another bar. Here, now you guys can see my skill up. Getting lots of skill. Okay, I'm gonna go in the cave even though I probably shouldn't. I don't want to PV because the event's coming up and I'll probably run that a lot.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
It's cold in here. I want to turn on the heater. I'm starting to shiver. No, I better put some pants on. Heater's gotta come on. Just balance the room. Okay, and these lights are a bit harsh. We're gonna kill them. Put on a blue light for that. This light for that. This light's good, but I want it blue, and I want this light on. Do we have enough light here? Still well enough good for a camera. Yeah, well enough good for a camera. Dragovit Purifier Manticore. Where the fuck am I?
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Oh my god, I've been sitting in here so long.
Docking request accepted.
What? Oh. Ah! You took my mouse off the screen for some reason. You won't swing. You're not swinging, please. Please swing. You're so janky. Please swing. Please do something to him. Please do something to him. Please do something to him. Oh my god. I thought I liked this, but I'm not sure I do. It doesn't seem like it really... I can't really face tank these things yet. Gotta get out of here before the repop. I probably did repop.
It almost looked like he pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask.
The Keep Star looks so fucking cool. I get to gate camp a nullsec entrance, which is sweet. Ugh. This isn't too good. I better throw something away. I just don't know what. Now I might die. They're acting all glitched and weird. I don't know. Nope. Get up. Get up. Get up. Oh god. Please. I'm gonna die here. That sucks. Damn it. No. No. One of the beautiful things about this, though, is I can recover. It's annoying, but I'm gonna be able to recover real easily too. I died in a good place, which is fine. I guess I'll just priest. I mean, yeah, I couldn't move. I should have thrown the loot down, but I was like, no, I want the loot. I want the loot. One of the things I also can do is bring in my main.
Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on. The disco things. No, absolutely not.
Okay,
You
well.
hear the
Anything else I can help you with, officer? 57, over and out.
in the cabin. You see.
Wait, where is this? They put me 600 meters away. I don't know. This is okay, I guess. Maybe it's better. Hey, it's some cavallo. Maybe I can eat it. Wow, it's a lot of cavallo. And a pig. 2 pigs. Tribe rat is 600 meters that way. Save. Oh, I'm not playing the, I can go into the mortal. No, there's nothing stopping me. I guess I'll go back in then. And I will bring my main up and I will kill, or I don't know, all I really need is the axe. I can probably kill if I have the axe. I'm gonna rest right here.
I saw you poking around in Lady Driver's lorry. She in trouble? Nah, man. I was telling you the truth. I really didn't think it'd be her. She's okay. Sort of troubled, but still. A nice person.
So that's what that emotion was before. It was wishful thinking.
What else do you know about her?
Nothing. We just talked a bit. About life and stuff. She left me a key so I can park the lorry if the jam broke. So, she in trouble or what? Oh man, that's like a load off my mind. All that stress was messing up my rhymes.
He chooses to believe what's best for her.
Oh, you know. Tommy Lehome's gonna be a musician. Sprechgesang, but with beats. I've got a lot of free time on the road to hone my craft.
The correct grammar is Tommy Lahome.
Tommy Lom was taken. My real name's Jerry Lafitte. Tommy's way better.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
He ain't one of us drivers.
It's easy to see he's telling. The man taps his fingers rhythmically.
Oh.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Ha! No, I'm joking, Mum. They usually get shipped to Grodd and the Oxen. We're pals and all.
There's no denying it. Your body, the man, taps his fingers.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic. Nope. Some of the other.
Yup. Nothing.
You could also check the kiosk down.
I don't like the axe. I might go spear on this character too, because I really don't like the axe. It's so annoying. There's my loot. I don't know if they're gonna range aggro me, but at least I can probably pick up the axe and equip it and fight them if I need to. There's my kit. I didn't lose anything. Yay! But I do have a lot of stuff. There! I can throw the bone tissue away, and that's what I forgot to throw away. The bone tissue is okay to throw away. And now I'm like a little lower, and I can actually fight them. That was the problem, the fucking bone tissue. Wait, so, but where, oh yeah, you didn't put on the axe. Yeah, put on the axe. There we go. So, yeah, maybe I can get one at a time. I don't know. Yeah, do you see me? Yeah, come fight me. Yeah, you. Ah. What?
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue.
do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? Yes. I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough. As a side investigation. If you say so. Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side.
Gotta make it to the fire. Cook the meat and then log, and then I'll hand this stuff to her on the horse. I don't have to log. Wait, no, I want to come in. Yeah, I want to come in. Campfire. No, wait, I want the Cavallo with it. Oh no, what's that? Ah. Just gonna wait to heal. I'll have her come pick me up. It won't matter. I'm just headed out so I don't get banged at the fucking monument. It's snowing in my house. Well, that helps me a little bit. It'll also be very hard to see her. Wow, it's a driving snow that you can't really see through. Fucking awesome, though. I don't know, with snow I might not be able to find her, really. Oops. So if I move, I can kind of see. And I see that there's like a big building here, and I don't know. I get the feeling she's kind of on the way to that. Nighthold. Rest Easy D's, White Rock, I don't think so. So she needs to just keep running downhill. Oops. Oh, she's out in front of that, okay. No, that's not it. So annoying. There's like a road where I'm at, but I don't really know where I'm at. I don't know. I don't want to get any more lost myself. I didn't know how bad the snow was. I'm just gonna get her inside before I get them both lost. I have no idea where I am. I have no idea where I am, and I have no idea where to go. I'm like completely lost. where my bearings are or where to go. No clue. I'll just wait for the weather to fucking wear, and at least she's not exposed. There's somebody on a horse. Now I need to get out of sight. Man, the snow sucks. Like, it doesn't suck, it just sucks when it happens when you're in the middle of an op. And you're just stuck. I'm gonna take shelter in this house until... I thought I heard combat. Oh, it's yeah, it's like dinner time, huh? I think I want a light dinner today, like maybe like a pickle sandwich and some ravioli. Is what I was thinking I would do. So I will do that while we wait for the snow to wear. You know, there's really no reason for her not to log. I'm just gonna log her. All she can do is die if whoever this is comes back. I'm in his house and he kills me.
It leads to a side building, adjacent to this one. The old building next to this, half ruined. Whatever is behind it must be up. The door does not budge. A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Garancy and Kubek. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Kubek. Please, it's not funny. The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air. The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his and then seems to wait for you to speak. I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Warp drive active.
Borscht need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the
Docking
unit.
request accepted.
Of course, vodka. Now that makes a very, very special borscht indeed. Turn it up and then ask for some yourself. Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg. The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak. He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door. He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
Docking request accepted.
The mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again.
Okay, well, it's time for dinner. The snow's still going, so she's still logged. I guess I will pause for dinner here. I'll be right back. Oh, sorry, I bumped my camera. That might have been very bad. Yep. Lost my camera. At least the fucking computer didn't crash. There we go. I'll be right back. days left. I did pretty well. 22 days. So, one of the things about this is it's so goddamn simple. Turn the heater back on. 68. Pickles. No, those are pickles that I haven't opened them yet.
And manipulating electronic data, which can carry a fine of up to $5,000 and even jail time. The result of the investigation is not clear. Some sources state she didn't go to prison, and in the end, the outcome was somewhat lenient, as the authorities view the matter as more of a psychological issue rather than a criminal one. A stark reminder as to why you shouldn't share your password details with anyone, especially your wife. On a slightly more lighter note, the next story involves tax fraud. Gen 2 Online is an Eastern Asian fantasy MMORPG. It is also the first MMO to have loot box mechanics, and as you can imagine, there was a lot pay to win. Chu was a government accountant in the Nanking region in China. He used to like to spend his money on Gen 2 until one day when he realised that why use his own money when he can use taxpayers' money to fund his Gen 2 habit. Chu couldn't help himself, and even at one point spent $2,000 on one gift for another player. He even boosted two of his accounts to elite status, which apparently cost a lot of money. But in 2012, his life would fall apart. He divorced his wife, had a lot of problems at work, and Gen 2 became too boring for him. When checking how much money he had spent on Gen 2, he was shocked to see the amount, which was $500,000. More interestingly, this occurred over the span of 6 years without anyone noticing. Chu, who was embarrassed by his actions, decided to turn himself in to the police. He was sentenced to 11 years in prison for embezzlement. The real crime here was spending that much money on such a shit game.
I agree.
It's hard to believe that a MMO can be permanently deleted, but that's precisely what happened with Japanese MMO M2. Developed by Secando and published by Handgame, it was a fairly simple MMO with a lot of microtransactions. According to official reports, during some maintenance to fix a server issue, some crucial code which wasn't backed up was deleted. This amateur mistake has led many people to believe that this was actually done intentionally. The rumour goes that Handgame had purposely deleted M2, one of its weaker performing titles, in order to legally break contract with Secando. Both companies deny this allegation. Let's pray that the next time this happens, it's to a game that deserves it, like The Elder Scrolls Online or New World.
Wow. Don't like New World?
This next layer is where things get a little bit more spicy. And if you do want to see more content like this, then give this video a like. If it gets over 1,069 likes, I'll make another iceberg video. The Sims Online was EA's attempt at making The Sims into a MMORPG. Released in 2002, this title is older than World of Warcraft.
I'll put my dinner away. I'll be right back. Ah. Oh, I was gonna have an olive. Forgot. Olive. Where'd it go? We can probably open this actually. Okay, much better.
Thank you, everybody, for joining, and let me thank the many of you around the country who have attended the Fighting Oligarchy tours that we have been doing over the last 2 months. As you may know, so far, we've been to Nebraska, Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Colorado, and Arizona, and the turnouts, I am very happy to tell you, have been extraordinary. Well over 100,000 people combined have come out.
Hells yeah.
And Republicans, surprise, surprise, are taking notice. They are quite concerned. Both Trump and Musk have had to respond, and not surprisingly, they've responded with lies. Mr. Musk claimed that many of the 34,000 people who came out to our Denver rally were paid organizers, and Trump was busy boasting falsely that his turnouts were always larger than ours. Not quite the case. On Saturday, this Saturday, the next phase of the Fighting Oligarchy tour begins. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and I will be starting off in Los Angeles. We'll then be going to Utah, Idaho, back to California to 2 rural areas in conservative districts, and then we'll be finishing up in Montana. And most of these events will be held in congressional districts that are represented by Republicans, and there is a reason why we are doing that. Let me say a few words about what we hope to accomplish with these events. Number one, in these extraordinarily difficult and depressing times, I want people in the communities that we visit and people throughout the country to understand that they are not alone when they feel outraged by what Trump is doing to our country. In fact, when they stand there amidst thousands and thousands of their neighbors in opposition.
Oh, I've got to go do eggs.
Opposition to authoritarianism and xenophobia and attacks on the working class, they very quickly understand that they are not part of some fringe minority who are opposing Trump, but that they belong to a strong majority of Americans who want this country to move in a very different direction than where Trump is taking us. What Trump and his friends claim they have this huge mandate, nothing you can do about it. And what these rallies are doing is proving them wrong and providing hope for people all across this country. Secondly, what we do in these rallies is that given the nature of corporate media and the dominance of big money over the 2 major political parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, it is vitally important that we provide a progressive political and economic analysis that many people around the country have really never heard.
She looks awesome in that helmet.
And one of the main reasons that the establishment is able to maintain the rigged economic and political systems that we have is they do that by deflecting attention away from the most pressing problems that working people face every single day. And when people are not provided with rational explanations as to what's going on in their lives and in the world in which they live, you know, they say, nobody understands what I'm going through. Everybody, you know, is full of crap, and why should I participate in the political process? And that is, my friends, exactly what the moneyed interests want. They want you to give up. They want you to believe that there are no solutions to the problems that we face. Let me give you just a few examples of how the establishment functions in that regard. Now, I want you to stay with me. When is the last time that you heard a serious discussion, or any discussion at all, on television about the unprecedented level of income and wealth inequality that we're currently experiencing? Today in America, three people, Musk, Bezos, and Zuckerberg, combined own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, 170 million people. Think that's an important issue? Yeah, I do. I think that's maybe the most important issue that we face from an economic perspective. But we don't talk about it. You're not going to see that on TV, to watch TV 24 hours a day. It is not going to be
Approaching
discussed
Stargate.
because the people who own the networks don't want serious discussion about the immorality and the economic injustice that takes place when so few own so much and so few have so little. And I'll tell you something else that we don't talk about, but we do in these rallies. And that is in the richest country in the history of the world, which we are today. 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck. And working class Americans, as a result of the stress they experience daily, just trying to survive,
Autopilot
trying to put
jumping.
food on the table. Working class people have a 7-year shorter life expectancy than the wealthy. In other words, being working class in America is a death sentence. Do you hear anybody
Moving to
talking
Stargate.
about that
Drive
horror?
active.
I don't. And we do. And that's what I talk about when we go on this Fighting Oligarchy tour. We talk about the reality that in America today, unbelievably, over 20% of senior citizens in this country are trying to survive on less than $15,000 a year. Think about it. 80, 90 years of age, trying to get by on less than $15,000 a year. We talk about the fact
Approaching
that some 800,000 people in America are homeless, and 20 million Americans, including many of you, are spending 40, 50% of your limited incomes on housing. We talk about the fact that in America we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth, all taking place in the richest country in the history of the world. You hear folks talking about it? They don't. And it's important that we talk about it so that people have an understanding of what is going on and why it is going on. Right now, as
Autopilot
I think
jumping.
all of you know, progressives understand, our current campaign finance system is absolutely corrupt. Corrupt. As a result of Citizens United, billionaires are able to spend
Moving to Stargate.
unlimited amounts of money
Drive
in the
active.
political process. So Elon Musk spends $270 million to elect Trump as president, and surprise, surprise, he gets the most important position in government. Only cost him $270 million. That's not bad. But it's not just Musk and it's not just Trump. It is billionaires in the Democratic Party who threaten candidates from all over the country that if they speak
Approaching
to the
Stargate.
real issues facing working people, they're not going to get the campaign financing that they need. So we have a corrupt campaign finance system that is hardly talked about at all, but it is destroying American democracy. Well, guess what? We talk about it, and we're going to help lead the fight with your support to overturn this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision. In addition to what I've just said, there's another reason why we're going around the country, and that is it is absolutely imperative right now, this moment, that we mobilize Americans to defeat Trump's what is called the reconciliation
Autopilot
bill,
jumping.
that will provide over $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%, and pay for that by making massive cuts to Medicaid, nutrition, and other programs that working families desperately need.
Warp drive
These
active.
guys on top, these oligarchs, really have no shame. Their religion is greed, and they want more and more and more. And if they have to throw millions of kids off of the health insurance they have through Medicaid, if they have to make it impossible for seniors to get into a nursing home, because Medicaid pays a lot of that, if they have to destroy or devastate our primary health care system by cutting funding for community health centers,
Approaching
and Medicaid
Stargate.
provides a lot of that funding, that is what they will do. So right now we're mobilizing people all over this country to tell their members of Congress, do not vote for this reconciliation bill, which will provide massive tax breaks to the very richest people in this country and cutting the programs that working families need. Further, while it is absolutely imperative that we as progressives every single day go on the attack against Trump's horrific agenda and his authoritarianism, it is equally important that we bring forth a bold agenda for the future. We are, again, not only are we the richest country on earth, there is, as all of you know, an explosion taking place in technology in terms of artificial intelligence and robotics. The job you have will likely not be there in 10 or 15 years. So how do we use that technology to improve life for working families rather than just make the very, very richest people in our country that much richer? So technology has the potential to improve life for ordinary people. If, for example, we are significantly increasing worker productivity as a result of AI or robotics, should we not be lowering the work week to 32 hours so that workers have more time for their families, more time for leisure, more time for friends, more time to do the things that they want to do? In other words, let's make sure that technology works for the vast majority of the people, not just the CEOs and the people who own that technology. Furthermore, I hope everybody understands that we are far, far behind many other wealthy nations in terms of the kind of social safety net that their citizens enjoy. We are the only major country on earth, for example, not to provide health care to all as a human right. Right now, what you're seeing is Republicans wanting to cut Medicaid, which will be devastating to the whole healthcare system, all aspects of the healthcare system. That's what they want to do. And Democrats are saying, well, we want to protect the Affordable Care Act. That's great. Well, guess what? We're going to fight any cuts to Medicaid, but nobody I know thinks the Affordable Care Act is great. The healthcare costs in America are now twice as much per capita as almost every other nation on earth. We have 85 million Americans who are uninsured and underinsured. We have over 500,000 Americans who go bankrupt due to medically related debt. Over 60,000 people die every year because they cannot afford to go to a doctor. And our life expectancy is lower than any other major country on earth. That is not a healthcare system that is working. So our view, and I think the view of a majority of Americans, is we got to junk the current healthcare system. We've got to move toward Medicare for all. Healthcare is a human right. And we bring forth that agenda and we explain what it means to the American people. When you can go to a doctor whenever you want, you don't have to take out your wallet. You don't have to take out your credit card. I think that will be a significant step forward in terms of advancing good public policy, and it works politically as well. Short term, we need to expand Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing. Very, very important for senior citizens. We have got to cut the cost of prescription drugs in half. How absurd is it that in some cases we are paying 10 times more for the same exact drugs as the people in other countries are paying? And while Trump and Musk are trying to decimate the Social Security Administration, making it harder for people to access the Social Security that they paid into, we have got to expand Social Security. By lifting the cap on taxable income, you do that, you can extend the life, the solvency of Social Security for decades, and greatly increase the benefits by at least $2,400 that senior citizens in this country receive. So when seniors are living on $15,000, $20,000, $25,000 a year, our job is not just not to cut Social Security, it's to expand Social Security benefits. And when we're talking about the needs of seniors, we have got to rethink our whole pension system in this country. You know, it will shock some of the younger people to know that there was a time, not so many decades ago, when if you worked for a large company, the expectation was, and millions of people did receive, a defined benefit pension. That means you knew, as part of the benefits that you received, you knew that when you retired, you would have a pension there for yourself in addition to Social Security. But over the last many years, corporations have cut those back, and as a result, we have a lot of seniors who are really struggling. It goes without saying that we've got to raise the minimum wage in this country, which is now a starvation wage of $7.25 an hour to at least $17 an hour. And I'm happy to tell you that last week, as part of this budget resolution process, we got every Democrat to support raising the minimum wage to $17 an hour. We got one Republican. So we're making progress, but we've got to win this fight. Millions of people are working for starvation wages, and that is not acceptable. And when we talk about the progressive agenda, you and I know that workers in unions are able to negotiate decent wages, decent benefits, decent working conditions in a far stronger way than non-union workers are able to do. And that's why we've got to pass the PRO Act to make it easier for workers to join in unions. There's a lot of other stuff that's out there. Right now, you know, we have a president who thinks that climate change is a hoax. Well, that is a very, very dangerous situation, because as all of you know, climate change is not a hoax. Climate change is an existential threat to the planet, and the United States has got to lead the world. We've got to work with China, not against China, in cutting carbon emissions and saving the planet. So, a lot of stuff that is out there that I think people want to hear. Not good enough just to go after Trump every day. We've got to do that. But we have got to provide people with a vision for the future, which says that in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, all of our people deserve a decent standard of living. And this, my friends, this is not utopian thinking. You know, this is, oh my goodness, we can do all these things. Many of these things, many of these ideas, progressive ideas that I'm talking about, guess what? They exist in other countries around the world. In other countries around the world, college is free, medical school is free. In many other countries that don't have the level of income and wealth inequality that we have, because their rich are paying their fair share of taxes. So how do we go from here to there? Well, one of the things that we are doing, and is part of the fighting oligarchy effort, is to organize at the grassroots level. And with your help, we are hiring organizers all over this country. I've just, in the last few days, talked to organizers in hundreds of people at the grassroots level in Iowa and in Nebraska. And we're mobilizing these people to go out, knock on doors, to hold town meetings, to make sure that their members of Congress do not vote for this disastrous legislation of tax breaks for the rich and cuts to Medicaid. And ultimately, you know, as I have believed my entire life, and what history tells us, is that real change never takes place from the top on down. It's always the bottom on up. It's when ordinary people stand up and fight for justice. And right now, more than any other time in modern history, that is exactly what we need to do. We need to build a strong grassroots progressive movement. We need a political revolution in this country where working people stand up and fight for their rights. So that is kind of a thumbnail sketch of what we are doing. And as I mentioned, we're going to be in a number of states in the coming days. We're going to be in California, Utah, Idaho, and Montana. I hope if you live in those areas that you'll come and visit us. And if not, we'll probably come to a community near where you live at some time in the next month. So once again, thank you all for what you're doing. A critical moment in American history. Let's stand up, let's fight back. We have the majority on our side. We can take on the oligarchs, we can take on Trump. We can do it if we stand together. Let's do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for not leaving us rudderless. Thank you for not leaving us rudderless,
Thanks very
Bernie.
much for joining me. Tonight we're gonna do a bad news, good news routine. So stay with me. We start off with the bad news, which is pretty bad, but we are gonna get to a happier ending. Let me
Approaching
begin by
Stargate.
just, telling you what you already know, and that is that under Donald Trump, this country is hurtling rapidly toward oligarchy, toward authoritarianism, toward kleptocracy, and toward more and more income and wealth inequality. That is what is happening. You'll all remember that Abraham Lincoln talked about a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. I think it is very clear that today we have a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class,
Autopilot
and for
jumping.
the billionaire class. Elon Musk contributed $277 million to get Donald Trump elected president, and he was rewarded with the
Moving to
most
Stargate.
important position
Warp
in
drive
government.
active.
In other words, he put out the money and he got what he paid for. Trump also nominated 13 other billionaires.
When reading this review, I'm thinking about the human race. We are lost. We are lost. Hello everyone and welcome to the West Side channel. Today with a very special topic, I mean, always special, the Steam review roundup. So every half a year we are looking at the reviews, and to my big surprise it's mostly positive. What the fuck? I mean that is good, that is very good, but I look at the reviews and I mean it's mixed because of the release of course, but so much positive reviews. Okay, let's look at that. And no shit, I think this is the best one. Swords, dragons, castles, I did not observe any legs, we approve. What dragons? Where are the dragons? Did I miss something? Did he encounter a dragon in Haven or what? With his 3 hours of playtime. There are also some funny ones, the best worst game ever, or just random ones that tell you that dying in this game is just normal, which is the point. But sometimes it just looks a little bit strange when people review something and they only have one product bought. Some members of the community also accused Star Wars of buying reviews, but this could be just rumors, because this review here seems a little bit strange, but it's actually a Wolf side member. Maybe some reviews are bought like the Dragon one, or maybe he's just trolling. So we should focus on the reviews that a lot of people found helpful. And I liked everything, seems to be very helpful. And also some more serious reviews like great game, but the endless high leveling killing noobs for fun gets old quick. A better criminal system to deter that would make a big difference. I mean he played for 500 hours, so this seems valid. We will look for dragons, castles, I did not observe roundup. So every half a year we are looking at the reviews, and to my big surprise it's mostly positive. What the fuck? I mean that is good, that is very good, but I looked at the reviews and I mean it's mixed because of the release of course, but so much positive reviews. Okay, let's look at that. And no shit, I think this is the best one. Swords, dragons, castles, I did not observe any legs, we approve. What dragons? Where are the dragons? Did I miss something? Did he encounter a dragon in Haven or what? With his 3 hours of playtime. There are also some funny ones, the best worst game ever, or just random ones that tell you that dying in this game is just normal, which is the point. But sometimes it just looks a little bit strange when people review something and they only have one product bought. Some members of the community also accused Star Wars of buying reviews, but this could be just rumors, because this review here seems a little bit strange, but it's actually a Wolf side member. Maybe some reviews are bought like the Dragon one, or maybe he's just trolling. So we should focus on the reviews that a lot of people found helpful. And I liked everything, seems to be very helpful. And also some more serious reviews like great game, but the endless high leveling killing noobs for fun gets old quick. A better criminal system to deter that would make a big difference. I mean he played for 500 hours, so this seems valid. We will look closer to another positive, helpful one, and then we will continue with the negative ones. So better than I thought it was going to be so far. A lot of negative reviews I saw on social media were from veterans who spent a lot of time playing the game without some of the recent quality of life changes that have been made to the game. I can see how without the task system and less content that what I've came into the game with, vets would be upset about it. After all, you put a bunch of hours into the game, so time you don't get back, and what that commitment to be respected. As a new player, I'm actually glad that they have a sub for the game, with the caveat that they contain updates at the pace they have been. The game can be difficult and make you want to pull your hair out. Oh yeah. Certain things like recipes not being in-game as much as existing players want to cry about realism. They forget we are in a fantasy game with elves, and recipes are pretty damn realistic. I still have one for my great-grandmother's favorite cake from 100 years ago, but you can't have a recipe in a game for basic food. Come on. Like, give us a way to earn the recipes. And he has a pretty good point there. I would also love a reason to explore the world in-game, being that it's massive and most exploration as of now that I've experienced isn't rewarding in or on itself. I think he meant the points of interest where some loot chests or some barrels are there with 20 copper coins, and you're thinking to yourself, why have I even stopped at this? I mean, for the first time for a point of interest, it's very interesting to see all the stuff, but when you're riding there a second time and thinking to yourself, why should I even stop here? But let's continue. At the corpse of a knight in a tower that has a map to some cool treasure on the island of the coast, like they did with Mortal Online 1 with the rare collector and the key that you needed for the chest between Tinram and Meduli, and you had to find the chest by his descriptions and stuff. Or a sword stuck in a rock on a hill that you need to have a certain strength requirement to remove. Or a bandit camp where after the two bandits attack you and you kill them, you find a note and you discover that they were lovers trying to escape their old gang or something like that. Some small stuff. Give me a reason to play when my guild isn't on. Little moments the world can build to a great gaming experience. And this is exactly the point I've telling Starworld since 2009. And I think that Starworld in the future, when they have a little bit more time, they are also capable of implementing such things. They just need a little bit more time, I guess. Then to the helpful negative ones. So someone wrote, I will not pay $22 a month to log on and be bored. And 188 people found this review helpful. One little correction here, the monthly sub is $12. Someone else wrote, paid for the game, liked the game despite its problems, and then they introduced a monthly fee, would never have bought it if I knew. Felt a bit shafted, to be honest, thanks Starboard. I mean, it's in a red box written on Steam. I mean, look at that. Here you are at the Mortal Online 2 Steam page, and there, directly under the trailer. Here is the message for the subscription. I mean, holy shit! When reading this review, I'm thinking about the human race. We are lost. We are lost. But on the other hand, I'm also thinking to myself. I recommended that years ago that Star Wars should write it also in the trailer that it's a subscription game, because I exactly knew that this will happen. And here we are. But you can't blame Star Wars for that, because they can't fix stupid. I mean, yeah. Introduce a monthly sub after buying the game is the scummiest thing ever. It was on the February. I don't know, man. I think the only solution in stopping reviews like this is when Star Wars is implementing something like even more than a pop-up that is directly coming at your face when you're first starting the game, that this is a subscription game. Also very interesting. So he made a review after 15 hours. Haven does not prepare you for the game. You will never have a new player base. Yes, hardcore games are fun. You have what could be a great game, but you added a $15 monthly subscription for a walking simulator. Horses are too expensive and hard to find. And the towns are so spread out that if you don't have a horse, it takes 15 minutes to run to the vendors and then back to the bank. I guess he meant more in cool with that. Centralize your towns, make a better map that is useful, make Haven harder, so when you get to the actual game, that it's closer and you're more prepared. Map design is garbage, needs more ways to access things. I think he meant we need more ways into the dungeons and out of the dungeons. Instead, you have to walk 30 minutes around a cliff, or you follow a path that leads to a dead end. And this is stupid. This is why your player base will never grow. This is also a very good point, because I was exploring around the map a lot of times, and everywhere dead ends, everywhere no content, everywhere no stuff in the corners and stuff. I mean, he has a good point, because I also expected that there were some hidden stuff in some places, but there was nothing. The problem is not that there was nothing, the problem is that sometimes the map looking like complete broken terrain from a PlayStation 2 game sometimes, especially the mountains where someone did the brushes there and cut something off and it looks just awful and shit, especially the cliffs in the north. The interesting thing is he commented himself, after playing for additional 100 hours, I feel as if nothing that I have said is false. You have almost 2k players when I posted this. You now have 500 players playing your game. Drop your sub to $5, so then maybe you will have a chance. Here's someone who has played 2,200 hours and was very pissed about the game masters. He also wrote that he has never experienced such an incompetent dev team that is so incapable of responding to players and fixing simple issues. The interesting thing is what people often think are simple issues are often maybe not simple issues.
Weird,
sometimes.
yeah,
And when
it's
we remember
weird.
correctly, sometimes the simple issue is that the user, the layer 8 problem, can't even read correctly. They continue to promise to put out finished content but then never releases said content. Every update that they have put out comes with a ton of bugs, unfinished content, broken game mechanics, etc. It's truly embarrassing that this game has a subscription, especially in the state that it's in. The dev team blew up a stronghold in the guild bank, punished guild members that were not even involved because of a bug that was reported years ago and could have very easily been taken care of. But the most interesting thing is, what is your opinion on this? Do you would leave a positive or negative Steam review on Mortal Online 2 or not? Link for the voting is in the description, by the way. So yeah, it would be awesome if you have the time. So Star Wars has still a lot of work to do. I mean, there were a lot of negative reviews also about the ganking people, getting outside of town and getting grief, getting killed 24/7, getting harassed and stuff like that. So this is also a big factor why so many negative Steam reviews are rolling in. So please leave your opinion in the comments, would be really awesome. I hope you liked this video. So special thanks to all the supporters, of course. Carmel, Lucario, Mr. Minerva, Dem Tired, Ronus, Partalax, Glow Bulldog, and all the others, of course. And never forget to leave a Steam review hard. I mean, leave a Steam review. Everybody hard. See you all next time. Goodbye.
Why do these guys get to carry shields again? Isn't that illegal? Am I crazy?
Yeah, like, are you allowed to just carry shields like that? I love that.
What if I told you I'm covering one of the most popular online games ever and you've never heard of it? Even further, we're covering a sequel to that massively popular game that actually only ever came out on Xbox. Huh? Sure, you might rightfully say, hey nerd, isn't PC your focus? Which is true, but we also cover other online games, and since the game in question, the sequel to the first Crossfire, is Crossfire X, never came to PC despite the possibility, it still feels quite relevant to cover, at the very least, for a story of what could have happened. Now don't click away yet. Yes, I know that Crossfire is largely seen as a pay-to-win game by those that know about it, with a largely Chinese-focused Counter-Strike clone of sorts of a market, but it actually is one of the most successful games ever globally, with multiple billions in revenue grossed. On top of this, the development of the sequel, Crossfire X, which launched in February of 2022, is incredibly intriguing as well, because it featured two different development studios, Smilegate, the Korean company behind Lost Ark, and Remedy Entertainment, of Control and Alan Wake fame. With Smilegate handling the multiplayer and Remedy handling the single player, Crossfire X was supposed to leverage some of those global millions of players they had and make an impact for the first time, really, in the western half of the world. However, after just 1 year, Crossfire X would be shut down in record time, where it was then shut down in the summer of 2023, ultimately. With Crossfire X no longer playable completely, yes, that includes even the single-player component of the game, no longer accessible, and the game, no longer purchasable, it's time for Crossfire X to find itself on the Death of the Game series, a series where we diagnose the largest contributing factors to a game or company's death, or eventual death, and do such through the navigation and review of a timeline of events and various clues. This all culminates in a final deduction at the end of the episode to crack the case for good and make sure you, the detectives as well, were paying attention. Thank you for supporting the channel and series, and consider joining our YouTube memberships or Patreon to further show your gratification for the content that we produce. Our content is free, so enjoy it. Just make sure to comment, like, and subscribe every now and then though, so we both get a benefit, you get the chance to see more of my videos, and I get more of you as my viewer, and more engagement. Without further housekeeping, let's get to the case. The story begins with the incredible success, not entirely expected at least by the western half of the world, of Crossfire, a Korean free-to-play shooter that is very similar to Counter-Strike in aspects, but takes more of the anime arcade look and approach. Crossfire launched back in 2007, where since it has managed to eclipse over 1 billion users and gross nearly $7 billion. Crossfire's success, however, largely came from its gargantuan Chinese market, despite being a South Korean game, who was a little newer gaming-wise, at least with online gaming. Developed by Smilegate, yep, the same Smilegate behind Lost Ark, Smilegate would team up with Tencent, mega Chinese publisher, to publish their game in China, which would lead to it becoming one of their most successful games ever, even over League of Legends some years. Crossfire and many other titles like it though, such as Sudden Attack and Combat Arms and more, were products of their time. These free-to-play shooters made sense in the early 2000s because many players, myself included, couldn't afford paid games. These games also focused their efforts mostly elsewhere besides the US, for example. The business models of the shooters that were mentioned were simple. You could play for free, but then you could actually pay to rent different weapons for different periods of time. Now sure, you could grind for the normal currency to do the same thing, but the premium currencies were always more effective, naturally, at having more purchasing power. The games weren't as competitive focused as Counter-Strike, yet not as arcadey as something like Call of Duty entirely. I played Combat Arms growing up personally, and the allure of these games works great for someone who doesn't have the means to play the other games that cost a lot of money. But it was like 10 years in the future now, and rumors of a sequel was on the way. Would Smilegate be able to do it again with the sequel in a more modern time, where many high-profile shooters are now free to play by default, and computers as a whole having far more increased power and decreasing in cost, making them more accessible for more demanding games? There was a serious question there. Crossfire X, the sequel to Crossfire, was announced June of 2019, and the biggest kicker being that the game would actually only be set to launch on Xbox, with no promises of a PC launch yet, despite the original game being on PC only. This was bizarre, to say the least, but perhaps the idea was to try and attract a more Western audience, but then what about your own Eastern audience, who likely isn't as keen on Xbox, statistically speaking anyway? Who was Crossfire X being made for? The free-to-play players on Xbox? That seemed like a much smaller piece of the pie than the pie that they already had. Some gameplay, and mostly trailer footage though, will be revealed following the announcement, even featuring a DMX trailer. Huh?
What? Oh my god.
I mean, I like DMX, but why DMX? Sure, it kind of fits, but I guess what I mean is like, this feels a little bit like How Do You Do, Fellow Kids, like the South Korean edition. While the look of Crossfire X was a cool mix of retro and realism, the target audience was a strange and limited one due to their choice of platform. The open beta for Crossfire X would take place June 2020, and although the game played decently enough, like a Crossfire sequel would sort of play, maybe a few years ago, but it was being criticized from the jump due to the confusion of who was developing the game and its direction. And there were multiple reasons for that. That's because Smilegate, the South Korean publisher, and Pangyeo Sangnam was handling only the online portion of the game, and Remedy Entertainment, the Finnish publicly traded video game cult lover in the industry, would be handling the single player. Remedy Entertainment, with a strong narrative background coming from games like Alan Wake and Control, would be lending their expertise to the single player. This wasn't a problem at all. The problem was that both modes were essentially different games. That's right, Smilegate was using a different engine, Unreal 4, while Remedy was using their own in-house engine, the Northlight engine. This can easily be seen in the contrast in gameplay, with even things like the UI and HUD, but more importantly, gameplay, physics, and even the graphics. And even worse, those who played the single-player portion felt like it wasn't even a Remedy game in the first place, which either means that Remedy did a bad job of injecting their DNA into the game, had limited involvement, or were just kind of taking a contract to make some money, let's be honest. The same month they were announcing Remedy Entertainment being in charge of the game's single-player, Smilegate was celebrating massive success with their Crossfire TV adaptation. The show, leveraging the massive popularity of the series and esports in Asia. Crossfire, now a 13-year-old game, was celebrating breaking 1 billion users, positioning itself not just to keep making Smilegate more money in the future, on top of their Lost Ark money, by the way, which is already another money-making titan in its own right, it was setting them up for the upcoming sequel. The issue and actually Jack Frags, a YouTube commentator, points this out in his coverage of Crossfire, is that the audience is already mostly Asian, meaning that you would have to change aspects of the game if you wanted it to become a hit in the West. And I think it's kind of foolish to assume that it didn't do well in the West originally, just because it never had exposure or didn't have enough of it, when its existence and success is basically due to the counter of that particular market. Crossfire X on Xbox was going to struggle to leverage any of these billions of users or whatever, when those were PC users, right? The launch for Crossfire X on Xbox One and Xbox Series X and S would come February 10th, 2022, and the reception was anything but positive, scoring a series record low 38 out of 100 on the aggregate review website Metacritic. So bad it scored the second worst game of 2022, and the year just started. IGN's Travis Northup would review the single-player and multiplayer separately, which made sense due to the different feels and approach of them, starting with the multiplayer. Travis would call the multiplayer painful, rating it a 2 out of 10 and stating that it wasn't worth the price, even though it was free. Crossfire X's multiplayer is just a disappointing console version of a PC shooter. It's simply speaking, poorly designed, including the game modes and the piss-poor performance. And regarding the single player, Travis wasn't a fan of the lack of remedy to the story, rating it a 3 out of 10, going even a step further, calling the campaign sloppy, soulless, and mercifully brief. Also describing Crossfire X's campaign as a by-the-numbers project by Remedy. Oof, I hope you guys got paid, Remedy. Meanwhile, Polygon, known for their leniency at times, would call Crossfire X Remedy's biggest blunder yet. Though, hopefully, they're laughing to the bank, right? Or perhaps we should kind of be mad that they sold this half-effort packaged as a Remedy game, even if it was free. Money, 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 money. Feel however you guys want, though, and let's focus on the case. Smilegate wasn't giving up yet, and would strike back at the critics with a major update promising more content, a new massive map, for 15 versus 15 battles with vehicles and objectives, much like the first Crossfire actually had as well. But besides that, there would be a menu UI overhaul, better pooled game mode systems, and playable mechs, though only in limited fashion on the new map, Babylon. I won't deny it. It's kind of a bit strange after just covering Blacklight Retribution recently, especially because that game came out in 2012, and then covering Crossfire X. Not only did Blacklight Retribution have more content, it also had better gameplay and was made by a studio with far less money. Now, going back to Crossfire, the Babylon update was good, and certainly needed, but it was beginning to feel like perhaps just adding more content year by year was not enough to keep people interested, especially with such fierce competition. Worse, because Crossfire X was made for a global audience now, instead of its own home audience and then kind of adapted, it failed in its own home market too, where no more rumblings of the franchise spawning more games is even mentioned much. Though to be fair, that's after a failed battle royale as well, called Crossfire Legends. That's not to say that you can't make a game for the global market. Obviously, we have tons of examples of that. However, besides Overwatch and like Valorant, most Western shooters, in particular, aren't nearly as popular in the East. These markets clearly like and prefer certain things, and it's difficult to appeal to both of them unless you have like Riot or Blizzard type clout or experience. I mean, the most played shooters in Korea are Overwatch, Valorant, and then like Sudden Attack, and those trade back and forth in terms of which one's ranked first. Now, Crossfire tried to address this with the concept of having a modern mode and a classic mode. It seems to attack that problem kind of head on. Instead, though, you have a game that focuses on two different styles with two different engines made by two different companies, where it offers not only very little base content, but also feels like a weird hodgepodge mixture of things without any actual feet put in the sand somewhere where you can state this is what our game is. Simply adding some tactical elements to the modern mode wasn't going to be enough to attract a new player base. So perhaps Crossfire was just better off focusing on the classic mode, which is what it, as a series, already did well. Objective-focused gameplay with a more fun-focused shooter gameplay where accuracy wasn't kind of like the near, end-all. But I think their desire to build essentially two different games speaks to their conflictedness regarding a new direction for the game. And that likely has to do with their massive existing audience for the previous game. But if that audience already exists and you just want to market to them, why not just make a more iterative game, like the more classic version of whatever Crossfire X became? And if not, why not take more risk in making something more iterative? Instead, we get a game marketed to multiple audiences and a confusing effort made by two different developers in different ways, and in the end, no one really wanted to play it. Crossfire X would be announced to be ending its service later, just 1 year after its launch. The reason cited for the shutdown was despite multiple attempts, they felt that the game was just not where it needed to be. Whether that's the acknowledgement of a faulty foundation, or more so them not being sure what works, but trying everything, I don't know. But I don't like the shutdown reasons that are listed because they don't really acknowledge the community much. And frankly speaking, that's always a red flag, though it shouldn't be confusing. Because what community? The majority of their community was on PC. It's like making a sequel to the Kit Kat bar, but removing the wafer or some shit. Candy. Crossfire X officially shut down May 18th, 2023, and in a shocking turn of events would not just shut down the multiplayer portion of the game, but would actually shut down the single-player portions too. This meant that Crossfire X was an always-online game, or at least was being treated like one. This means that you can't even play or purchase Crossfire X in any fashion anymore. And this is also a reason we've covered some strictly single-player games, not like Crossfire X, for example like Marvel Avengers before, or Godfall, because these games also ended up being shut down. But if we can't play Crossfire X anymore in any fashion, and there's no story of like a community revival, because, well, there really wasn't a community, that means, like, cue the music chat, this case has come to an end. With the timeline terminating, most of you probably have already collected all of the clues as to why Crossfire X died so soon. But in case you didn't, the game features two different devs with two different engines. They tried to make an Eastern game work globally without accounting for stuff. It had a poor content and value offering. Crossfire X offers pretty much nothing better or different than BLR did. Microtransactions in a shooter just don't really go well with the rest of the world. It was Xbox only. Now, we don't need to belabor the point, detectives. Crossfire X failed, and like many titles trying to bridge the gap from east to west, it resembles a resounding lack of awareness of the market you are intending to, well, market to, and sell to. There's an argument to be made, though, that the style of free-to-play shooters famous in Asia don't work in the West. I mean, we don't really have any evidence of that after all. Which means if you wanted to bring Crossfire X to the West, you had to consider changing the core monetization, and thus foundation of the game. And then the argument sort of is, like, why? Is it worth it? For Crossfire OG fans, I mean? Because Crossfire X didn't feel like a sequel. It didn't feel like it was made for the OG fans, as much as it felt like it was trying to capitalize on its popular name while making all of the kinds of mistakes in the process, showing a lack of awareness. Maybe if Crossfire X's approach succeeded with the modern and classic mode, that could have been a formula for other games to make sequels, but it didn't. Instead, we kind of got the worst of both worlds. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for the next episode because, boy, it's a doozy.
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Minecraft used to be a genuine cultural phenomenon. It's still big now, don't get me wrong, but in the early 2010s, everyone knew somebody or was...
Why do they all sound like they're on heroin? It's because they're all like what do they call that shit? Like Xanax. They're all like ex-Xanax freaks. You can hear it in their fucking, their like drawl.
Somebody.
Approaching Stargate.
Creeper hoodie. After the release of...
How they talk is all how I always figured. Like, you ever seen like a picture of a dude in like a picture of like a ne'er-do-well in an alley, and it's like a dude who's got a black face with white eyes, and he's got a fedora and a crappy hat, and he's got the jacket open. Maybe he's offering you some drugs or something like that. This is the voice that I hear when the guy talks. It's so weird.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Why am I in the wrong, like, set? Seems weird. Oh no, I don't have an Octave Club. Oh no, I do need a telly. Oops. Fuck. I do need a telly for this because I have the wrong job. Fuck. How did I do the wrong job? So dumb. And I don't have an instant warp. How is that right? How is that right? Whatever. No, this will take fucking forever this way. I better just treat staff out.
Approaching Stargate.
So annoying. I chose the wrong job. That was a horse I heard. Oh yeah, well yeah. Let's log just because I'm not playing. Fucking annoying.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
I guess I better switch channels here since I'm doing Final Fantasy stuff. Change it up. Nope.
Autopilot jumping.
Done. Live stream. Ebon Final Fantasy.
Warping to Stargate.
XI save.
Active.
Come on, man. Zone in.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Never messed with it.
Autopilot jumping.
Okay.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, look, I made it. I'm gonna make it.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, the egg.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot
Susan Selbina. Oh, did I make it? No. Oh, yeah, I am here. Yeah, I'm here. So, the station for this agent is this one? Yeah, it's that one. Set. Duck.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Poor guy.